I'm a scat man. I'm a scat Everybody stutters one way or the other, so check out my message to you. As a matter of fact, I don't let nothing hold you back. If the scat man can do it, so can you. Everybody's saying that the scat man stutters but does and never stutter when he sings. But what you don't know, I'm gonna tell you right now that the stutter and the scat is the same thing. Yo, I'm the scat man. Where's the scat man? I'm the scat man. Why should we be pleasing any politician reasons who would try to cheat the seasons if they could? The state of the condition insults my intuition and it only makes me crazy and a heart like wood. Everybody stutters one way or the other, so check out my message to you. As a matter of fact, don't let nothing hold you back. If the scat man can do it, brother, so can you. I'm the scat man. Everybody stutters one way or the other, so check out my message to you. As a matter of fact, I don't let nothing hold you back. If the scat man can do it, so can you. I hear you all ask out the meaning of scat. Well, I'm the professor and all I can tell you is why you're still sleeping, the saints are still weeping, because things you call dead haven't yet had the chance to be born. I'm the scat man. Where's the scat man? I'm a scat man. Repeat after me. It's a Scooby-Dooby melody. I'm the scat man. Sing along with me. It's a Scooby-Dooby melody. Yeah, I'm a scat man. I'm a scat man. I'm the scat man. I'm the scat man.
ist leer, doch im Keller ist noch mehr. Ah, 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 ah.
Yeah, man, this is Russia One String, the only one string guitarist right in and around the world. See? I am what I am. I am the day I am that I am. Exclusive. Cha! Watch this. Hey! You know my name is Brushy One String, you know. I've been to San Francisco, that's where I see my friend Pancho. He said, hey, One String, there's something you got to know, you know. I said, yeah. While we back on San Juan, our asses, where we go. We sing this whole country song like this. Chicken in the corn, on the corn can't grow, mama. Hey, when chicken in the corn, on the corn can't grow. Hey, when chicken in the corn, so the corn can't grow, mama. Hey, when chicken in the corn, so the corn can't grow. Hey, young man, we're on San Francisco. Yeah, we have my friend and his name was Pancho. Yeah, he said One String, there's something you got to know. Back on the saddles and the rasses, where we go with some chicken in the corn, on the corn can grow, mama. Hey, when chicken in the corn, so the corn can grow. Hey, when chicken in the corn, on the corn can grow, mama. Hey, when chicken in the corn, so the corn can grow. Hey, don't need to brag, don't need to boast. I can rap before I feel it when I pose to pose. But the music nice, so play them twice. While the girls are screaming out like mass. My name is Rushy, I'm a king of swing. Let's rap your music and to let you sing. No, it doesn't really matter what people wanna say. I rap my music, not on there. Rap my music, not on there. Yeah. When chicken in the corn, so the corn can grow, mama. Yeah, when chicken in the corn, so the corn can grow. Now, chicken in the corn, so the corn can grow, mama. Yeah, when chicken in the corn, so the corn can grow. Yeah. But the music nice, so we'll play them twice. For the girls are screaming out like mass. My name is Rushy, I'm a king of swing. There's a rapping music and to let you sing. Now it doesn't really matter what people wanna say. I rap my music night and day. Yeah. Rap night and day. When chicken in the corn, mama. Hey, when chicken in the corn, yeah. Get the chicken out your corn, y'all. Get the chicken out your corn, y'all. Chicken in the corn, run the corn to grow.
Я пришел дать эту песню. Я пришел дать эту песню. слез. Я пришел дать эту песню для любви. Я пришел дать эту песню. Чандрам Мендра. Чандрам Бра, Чандрам Мендрам. Стала шалом, вспомнялом пистач. За первыми шками, да куртный матч. Где нашла под блоком, вольным кроком. Який шпаец под фамилиями, под догом. Стала, вспомнялом пистач. За первыми шками, да куртный матч. Где нашла под блоком, вольным кроком. Який шпаец под фамилиями, под догом. Стала, вспомнялом пистач. За первыми шками, да куртный матч. Где нашла под блоком, вольным кроком. Який шпаец под фамилиями, под догом. Стала, вспомнялом пистач. За первыми шками, да куртный матч. Где нашла под блоком, вольным кроком. Який шпаец под фамилиями, под догом. Stala, vspomniałem, że staś. Czandram,
everybody. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. I took some time away. I needed to recharge my brain. My brain was drained. compose and illustrate that intro myself. The music was from that music video. I did the animation for like when the show is starting, everything's flying in and the little brain guy is waving. All of like this stuff. Yes, I made all this. I also made a trailer. It's been a while, but I made a trailer a couple years ago. It's really funny.
All right, it's about time.
Greetings, human. Please state your command.
Initiate live stream protocol, Mr. Ship.
I am afraid that is impossible.
Huh? Why?
Our sensors detect toxicity levels which are far beyond.
To hell with the toxicity levels. I'm going in there.
I must advise against such action.
It's too late for that, Mr. Ship.
I am serious.
Sorry, can't hear you.
Do not do that.
Oh, or what?
So anyway, that's why my desktop background is this. That makes this makes sense now. Whenever I filmed the trailer, to get the zero gravity, I laid a green piece of fabric on the floor and I put my camera on the ceiling. And I laid on the floor like this. Watched your mental health talk during the stream, Queens Con? Oh yeah, welcome in. Welcome in. For those of you who are able to make it, thank you, by the way. For those of you who might have missed it, that's okay. But we did a mental health talk. I was invited to talk on a panel for the Stream Queens Con. So it's me and a bunch of drag queens. So I went and I was dressed. I brought the trade to the panel. I was wearing my hat and I had my big work jacket on. Like, so that was fun. We had a mental health conversation. I love it. Well, thank you. Trade giving mental health advice was funny. See, now that's where I think I've found my niche. You know, I've grown up as a Midwestern Caucasian man. And so I need to take what I know and what I also know, which is psychology, and I need to mash them together. They gave us the questions ahead of time so that we had time to think about them. Basically, so it was this panel, it was me, it was, I'll try to remember everybody's name that was on it. Avidius was there, Hebe Buffet was there, I'm So Psyched was there, and then London Bradshaw was the facilitator. So London had sent me these questions early to give us some time to think about them. And so, me being me, I went ahead and just gave myself some bullet points so that I had some notes. Because if you know me, you know I like bullet points. More panels. Organizing streamers is honestly so tricky, so shout out to the people who help facilitate that stuff for the Stream Queens Con, because that's just a lot of work when you're trying to get a bunch of people together and all be there at the same time. It's a real ordeal. So like Doladar is a lot of the mind behind that, and then Deer also works her ass off, so they're good friends. I was happy to pop in. I was happy they invited me. But no, we had some good questions. You know, what does mental health mean to you personally? A turning point in your life when you realized that you needed to prioritize your mental health. How do you recognize when you're reaching your limit or feeling overwhelmed? You give me a lot of hope because I hear myself in the responses you all have. That's what you will come to find. Your greatest strength is our interconnectedness. And so it's really important to see others in yourself and yourself in others, and to recognize that none of us makes it on our own, and there's no shame in talking about problems that we're having or asking for help, because there are people that actually want to help you. There are people who genuinely, like, that's their thing, is they want to help you, so please allow them to do what they do. Anyway, solidarity forever. You know how it goes. Oh, I even factored in a joke. I don't know if I ended up delivering it. I don't know if I had to cut some bits for time, but I even included a joke here. Like, how do you balance everything in life? Oh yeah, just sheer force of will. I just am an unrelenting force of nature. No. No. In reality, it's a juggling act. And sometimes stuff gets dropped, but that's okay because that's what paper towels are for. To fire off some one-liners as well. Depression hates a moving target. That's a fun one. They got a kick out of that one. I don't think I was able to factor in shake your ass for mental health. It just wasn't really the vibe of the panel. That's more the vibe here. This is a theory. This is a theory that I've tested personally, and I'm also operating off of some anecdotal results that have been provided to me by you. You've been able to give me some feedback on this experiment. But I have a hypothesis that shaking your ass has a positive correlation with your mental health. In order to test this experiment, I need subjects who are... Subjects is such a... I don't know, it's... I'm not a big fan of that word, but... Participants... That's better. Participants. I need you to help me to test this theory. All you have to do is just get up, and it helps if you put on some ass-shaking music. Some ass-shaking music is always a good idea. For example, there's this playlist that has, stupid, sexy Thanos here, ass shaking music. This is a good place to start. It even has the key and the BPM included. I don't even need music. It's just a form of lubrication. It helps things to get in motion and get where they're going. It's, if you're fine with going in dry, by all means, but it's nice to stay hydrated and properly oiled up. Psychologically speaking, of course. So, how long do we need to test this for? About how long do you think it takes for the effect to kick in? I would say we should at least give it 30 seconds, but a minute would be safer, and 2 minutes would probably be even safer than that. The key is, we don't want you up shaking your ass for so long that you start to have diminishing returns because you're tired from shaking your ass. So I'm like, a couple minutes, 2 minutes, maybe between 1 to 2 minutes. Last time I got lubricated, stuff got weird. The NDA hasn't expired yet. It happens to the best of us. It worked over here. Anybody else? Who else can confirm? Since the last stream my grandson was born, well, congratulations. How exciting. Anyway, it's just a theory. But if you want to help me conduct an experiment, like, you don't even have to, like, you can just tell me that you did it. I'm not here to look at anybody's ass, okay? You just do it in your own private domicile. I don't just tell me that you did it. That's fine. But I have noticed that there is something about it. I think it's how it helps to regulate your nervous system. That's my leading hypothesis. And so I sound like I'm joking, but the science checks out from my opinion. So if you don't mind, if you don't mind, just at your earliest convenience, just put on some ass-shaking music, shake your ass for a bit, just for an amount of time that feels comfortable for you, and then get back to us on how it made you feel before and after. Now, you might be thinking, but what if I don't like to dance? What if I'm not good at dancing? See, here's the thing. You don't actually have to be good at dancing. You don't have to be good at dancing to enjoy it. It's just about getting up and wiggling it just a little bit. So sometimes when I feel like I need a kickstart, I will do that. I will wiggle my body. You gotta just... gotta wake it up a little bit. Let me get into this question box. Oh my. Girl Gone Wild, thank you for the 15 months. Thank you for the 15 months. Okay. So check this out. How do you feel about dark mode question box? I recently found out how to make everything dark mode on my browser. And it also made the question box dark mode. And I'm kind of all about it. It only took us 6,678 questions to get here. It's a new day. Anyway, that's the plan for today. We're gonna take some questions from the question box. Gonna hang out. Took some time off to rest and recharge and do a little decorating. Do a little decorating for the holidays. Got our Christmas tree up. We went ahead and got a real tree this year. Got it all decorated. Oh, this one's my favorite. This little guy. You know, ever since Newton, been paying a lot more attention to squirrels. Also, there's a gigantic squirrel that has moved into the tree in the backyard, so don't know who that could be. Could be him for all I know. He's probably got his wild on. He was a successful rehab, so he's a wild squirrel now. Newton? Oh, we get to okay. Let's go over the Newton lore real quick. It's been a while. We gotta do the Newton lore periodically. I have to scroll back for a little while because this was earlier this year. Newton was the baby squirrel that fell out of the tree in the backyard that I rehabbed. Also, I scrolled right to this video. This is one of my favorites. He fell out of the tree as a little baby, and I rehabbed him, and then he lived in our backyard for a while, and we had like a little enclosure for him, and then when he got big enough, he moved away. I don't know why this video isn't loading, though. Anyway, We set up this little track so that he could run along the sides of the house. Oh, there it goes. Needed to see the end. Yeah, he lived with us for a few months as he got acclimated to the outside. And then once he was full size, he found a gang of squirrels and he ran off with them. Does he visit you for food or anything? We still leave offerings on the back deck. You know, he knows that the back deck is a place for food, so. This is me making a millennial face at the camera. Got a little picnic table. Yeah, no, he was successfully rehabbed back into the wild. We find a baby picture. If you scroll back up through the animal page on the Discord, that's where I posted all of the pictures and stuff. This was when he got his bigger cage. He got upgraded to a bigger cage. Oh yeah, this was when he was finally eating solid foods. Because up until a little bit before this, he had been bottle fed. Anyway, I took a bunch of pictures of it because it was, oh yeah, a little tightrope in the hammock. He loved that little hammock. He used to sleep up in that thing. It was so cute. Anyway, rehabbing an animal, it's a lot of fun. It's hard to like see him go, but that's the whole point, is you're giving him another chance at being a squirrel, right? He used to sleep he used to sleep flat on his back too. The first time I saw him sleeping flat on his back, it scared the shit out of me. I was like, oh my god, are you okay? And then he like woke up and he was like, huh? What? It was so funny. Oh, this is when he was starting to get bushy-tailed. Anyway, I'll show you how big he was when we got him. This was probably like peak cuteness right here. He was about a month old at this point. And this was like peak cuteness. He was so cute. His tail was starting to get fluffy and he was like starting to like crawl around and stuff. It was so cute. He was just such a little baby. Oh yeah, he made an appearance here a couple times. Oh yeah. This is his older cage when he was a little baby. He had a tiny little cage, and then when he got big enough, we had to make him one. I went to the store and I got some chicken wire and some 2x4s and some hinges and stuff. And Casey's dad made him a big, nice cage. Yeah, when I first found him, well, it was actually Beavis that found him. Beavis found him out in the yard, and Casey stopped him. Casey saved him. Casey rescued the little baby. So we scooped him up. And what it says to do if a baby squirrel falls out of the tree, what it says to do is to just leave it there. They're resilient little creatures. Just leave it there. Mom will probably come and pick it back up. And so we left him out for a while. But it was going to get very cold that night. It was going to get down below freezing. And it got to be like sundown and he hadn't come to, like, nobody came to pick him up. So we brought him inside. We're like, all right, we'll take care of him. Like, we tried to reunite him with his mom, but like, not sure what happened. But yeah, mom squirrels will like come down and like pick the baby up and carry it back up the tree. They're remarkable little creatures. He was very small. That's my hand, so you can kind of get an idea of just how little he was. Did you take him to the vet? No, didn't need to, really. Squirrels are one of the, especially eastern gray squirrels, which is what he is. They're like very resilient, very hardy creatures. And so they are one of the easiest animals to rehab. And normally for like people who are interested in rehabilitating wildlife, it's one of the things that they'll start people off with. So I felt really comfortable with taking care of it. I also had somebody come through and who worked in wildlife rehab, and they sent me a whole like guidebook on the process. And so I had like everything that I needed to know. I want to come by and genuinely apologize for my behavior earlier. You and Casey deserve the best. I'm not going to disturb you any longer. Have a nice stream. It's all good. Water under the bridge. I appreciate the apology. Feel free to hang out. It's all good. What's the guidebook called? I'd have to, I didn't have the whole book. He just sent me the section on squirrels. So I would have to go back through my DMs and find it. But there's a lot of resources online for rehabbing squirrels. A lot of different guides. There was a website that I found that had a lot of good information as well. I forget what it's called, but if you just look it up, it'll be one of the top results, I'm sure. There's lots of good resources out there. Yeah, taking care of a baby squirrel, it was a lot of work in the beginning, but after the first couple of weeks, it was pretty, like, once he was like 4 weeks old, he was basically like a toddler. He was just like sleeping or like crawling around exploring stuff. No, you have to like bottle feed them. And when they're really little, they can't go to the bathroom on their own. So you have to take a Q-tip and like wipe their butt so that they poop. And so can you imagine? I'm just like, I got a little Q-tip just doing that like 4 times a day because you have to do it every time you feed them. Yep, baby kittens will do that too. Yep. So anyway, that's how big he was. He was very tiny. Very cute. You need to keep him warm. You need to keep him warm. You need like a heating pad. And you just keep it like on low all day. That thing was on all day, just on the lowest setting, just to keep him warm. I even took out the thermometer and was like, I would temperature check. I'm like, don't want him to get too hot. Don't want him to get too cold. So yes, I was very invested in this baby squirrel. I was getting up, in those first couple weeks, you have to do overnight feedings. You have to do overnight feedings basically until their eyes open. Which took about a week and a half to 2 weeks for him to do it, because we found him. He was somewhere between like 2-3 weeks old. But once he gets to the point where his eyes are open and he's crawling around more, you don't have to get up and feed him overnight. Oh yeah, see, I wasn't the only one with a squirrel either. They're a lot of fun. They're a lot of fun, you know, if you have a knack for working with animals, like, because a lot of squirrels need rehabbing because they fall out of trees all the time, especially after like a big storm or something. So if you ever have any interest in doing some wildlife rehab, squirrels are a good place to start. Also, local like wildlife centers, they will either take it if you aren't cut out for it, or they will help you to do it. They will like give you information and stuff. But no, I remember whenever we were taking care of him, there were people who were just like, just take him to the wildlife center. Like, what are you doing? I'm like, you don't understand. Like, the wildlife center is like, yeah, you can rehab it at home. That's fine. They're like, we'll give you some information. We'll give you, it's like, they don't mind if volunteer, like people out in the community do it, because there's so many of them that need rehabbing. Like, but no, just, I remember people being like very critical. I'm like, clearly you've never done this before. Clearly you don't know how this works. It's not like it's an eagle. It's not like I found an eagle on the side of the road and I'm like, I'm going to rehab you at home. It's like, no, it's a squirrel. It's fine. I think, people are just warriors, and they're just like, just give it to the people who know what they're doing. I'm like, I know what I'm doing. Like, I know what I'm doing. Anyway, it ended up, for the record, it ended up going perfectly. Everything was just fine. But wasn't he so cute? You can see his eyes are starting to open here. His ears popped away from his head. They were like flat with his head, getting more furry. And then his eyes finally opened. Here I am indoctrinating to socialism, having him watch the Central Committee stream. He was also finally starting to climb, because before that he was basically just a little potato, and he would just eat, sleep, poop, repeat, and he would like crawl around a little bit, but he was basically just a little potato. But this was when he was starting to exercise, starting to get up, and starting to crawl around. And from there, he just got so big so quick. Yeah, he was guzzling milk. I forget how much milk it was, but he was eating like 10% of his body weight, or more, I don't know. It was, I did the math once and I forget what the math was, but he was eating a lot of food. And it made me feel for mother squirrels out there. I'm like, because they'll have like 4 little squirrels in a litter, and I'm like, I couldn't imagine. I'm like, I'm seeing how much milk I'm giving this baby squirrel here, and I'm imagining a squirrel mother having to produce enough milk for 4 of them. I'm like, I don't know. Anyway, he was guzzling milk. We wanted him to grow up big and strong, and he did. He was huge. People used to laugh at him because they said that he was chubby. Yeah, you gotta get these syringes, and if you do this, I highly recommend getting some of these big syringe tips, because he really liked this size. I had different sizes of it, but he only ever used this size. He never upgraded to the bigger one. He preferred to just use this one the whole time. Oh yeah, here is the new cage and the size comparison from his baby cage to the bigger cage. I wanted to get him as big of a one as I could to just have a nice little upgrade. And what we ended up doing, because Casey's dad ended up getting really invested in him too, was he started making like modifications and like a little outdoor like area that he could go that was like fenced in as he started to like acclimate to the outside. And then once he got big enough, we would just take him outside and he would just like free roam while we were outside, and then he would normally like hang out in the tree in the backyard or like go check out the neighbor's house or something, but he would always come back for bedtime. And then it got to the point where he was just gone like all day. He would just leave. He started to meet other squirrels is what happened, and they'll like go out and they'll meet each other and they'll chase each other around and stuff. Anyway, that's the Newton lore. But yeah, see, we had this little area that he could go. It had a little like trap door that he could open. He'd go out in his little tunnel. But yeah, Casey's dad just like kept building stuff onto it. Built him a little picnic table. We put some ropes up for him to climb on. Then we put a rope that like connects to the tree. Anyway, that's the Newton lore. If he was a girl squirrel, he might be more likely to come back and like nest here, but boy squirrels, they're a little bit more feisty. They like to get out and roam, so hopefully he'll come back and visit sometime. But every time I see a fat squirrel in the tree, I'm like, that's him. Also, his fur was very soft. surprisingly soft. It was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun. If you are interested in rehabbing an animal, I would, consider looking into educating yourself on how to do a squirrel rehab. Contact your local wildlife center. Or maybe you can go volunteer and help feed some baby animals or something. Hope he brings his babies to see you one day. He's gonna bring his children to me and he's gonna make me raise them. That's what he's gonna do. He's gonna drop his kids off and then go to the corner store to get some milk and cigarettes, and I'm never gonna see him again. He's gonna just drop his kids off, like... Alrighty. We've got some questions in the box. So let's get to it. Dark mode. A new era has begun. I'm just trying to get my snacking out of the way. I'm a snacker, okay? I'm trying to get my snacking out of the way so that I'm not snacking during the question. I've got some jalapeno popper cheese puffs, which I treat myself to every once in a while. And I got some dried mango. Couldn't find the stuffing chips at Aldi for the past week. At my Aldi, they are in the same aisle as all of the seasonal stuff. Where they've got all the Christmas and Thanksgiving stuff. Those turkey stuffing chips from Aldi were pretty good. So sad you couldn't find them? Well, I wouldn't give up, because they still have them at my Aldi, so I don't know, maybe... It's not like you can ask the employees at Aldi anything, though, because the Aldi employees are some of the most frantic people I've ever seen. Whenever I go to Aldi, it's like all of the employees are like running to like go do another task. Just like they're really working in that store. And it's always just like 3 people. Love Aldi. That's where I do most of my grocery shopping. But I swear every time I go there, it's just 3 of the most hardworking grocery store employees you've ever seen running this entire store. And and one of them's like operating a forklift or like one of those like pallet lifts. There's one cashier, but the cashier also has other stuff to do, so every time there's not somebody being checked out, they have to get up and go do something else. So shout out to the Aldi workers, they're busting their ass off. They're always busting their ass every time I go in there. It's crazy. I've never seen harder working grocery store employees. IRL grocery simulator. It's true. It's like they're in that grocery store simulator game where it's like you have to do everything inside the store. You just have to juggle. It really is. I'm ready. Hey guys, so me, my husband, and my son are living with my in-laws until we can move out around January or March. They have a son 2 years older than my 7-year-old, and let me say, the two kids are very different. On top of that, I have this habit of getting way too nosy when I live with outsiders for too long or if I am around them. I think about, what is it about the, we're living with in-laws, sure, but it's like those people are still like by extension family, so I don't know, I found myself noticing that the parents are gone from 12 to 14 hours a day, and it is me and my husband dropping their son off and... Oh, okay, so this gets complicated. It's me and my husband dropping their son off and picking him up from school and watching him after school until about 4:30 to 6 p.m. every weeknight. I find myself nitpicking these people to a point where I'm starting to get paranoid about my husband's stepfather and found myself wondering if his mom hides at work to not care for their son. I know I sound ridiculous, bear with me. I do not like that I start doing this. Okay, that's good, because this is something where, like, if we're living with these people, let's talk to them about the situation, and let's try to figure out why things are the way that they are, instead of just, speculating why things are the way that they are. Now, your concerns are valid. Like, why are you having to do all of this extra work? Well, perhaps from their perspective, they see it as just a benefit, or, just as a way that you can, contribute, considering that you're living with them. Maybe, I don't know what the situation is. I don't know what the arrangement is, but they're letting you and your son live with them, and so it would sound fair, as an exchange, just be like, well, sometimes we gotta work late, sometimes we gotta, I'm assuming that they're not just like hiding and just like, ha ha ha, I don't have to go home, ha ha. We don't have to assume that they're doing it for any nefarious purpose. Things get kind of creepy in my opinion, so it gets creepier. We're gonna peel the layers away. Okay. Like right now, I'm still in the benefit of the doubt phase. I'm still in the let's talk it out phase. He put a tracker in your husband's truck. And they didn't tell him. Just a couple more months, okay? Just a couple more months. They put a tracker in his truck without telling him. Why would anyone ever do that? Why? If you're gonna... Okay, I understand the whole angle of, well, they just wanted to know where I am. It's like, yes. But they're doing it without you knowing is the thing. That's a whole different thing. Like, you could just be like, hey, we have some extra air tags. Do you want us to put one in the truck just in case? Like, oh yeah, sure, okay. Yeah, fine, whatever. But to just do it without telling you that they're doing it, that's weird. Your husband is too chill sometimes. Okay, then I would put it to him this way. Just be like, okay, let's imagine that you put a tracker in someone else's truck and you didn't tell them about it. How would that make you feel to have done that? And so I would assume that he would be like, well, I would feel kind of creepy. That's a green flag. If he would be like, well, I would feel kind of creepy doing that, putting a tracker in somebody's vehicle without telling them. I was in a stressed out state. I apologize for the tone of my question. That's fine. I don't see it as, it's fine. Don't worry about it. You're good. Start noticing stuff that isn't my business. It starts bothering me. I notice patterns, behavior, and I start wondering shit. Well, you can give some consideration as to why you're wired this way. But it's also important to remember that the way that you're wired isn't always the way that you're wired. And by paying attention to how you are wired is how you change your wiring. Notice that the dad drops the mom off and picks her up from work every day by choice, fully able and equipped to drive with the vehicle and everything at home, and they leave at 3:45 to 4 a.m. and do not get home till way later. What were they doing with this child before you moved in? What was the arrangement before you moved in? Like what have they been doing for the last 9 years with this child? I calculate driving and their work schedules, none of it makes sense. Tired of how my head will start analyzing everything and I start getting resentful for no reason other than my opinions and thoughts. This is one of those moments when you need to go for a walk. What's the window of tolerance? The window of tolerance is how long something can bother you before you are now overwhelmed in bother. What you'll notice is that when you're up and when you're moving, and I don't mean like pacing back and forth inside your home. That's not what I mean. I mean you're out and you're like on a walk. What I've noticed is that there's a change in my thinking when I'm making forward progress with my body. And not just like mindlessly meandering or bouncing back and forth or pacing around inside. Is the window of tolerance the antithesis to the orb of pondering? I'm not sure, but they are in the same room. The orb is in the center of the room, and the window is how the full moon shines through to charge the orb. I'm scared to have a panic attack or a freak out, which you are way more likely to have if you're just like pacing around or just like doom scrolling or just like shuffling around between like a few different places inside. Has anyone had similar tendencies to be overly nosy and analytical? Why do you think your brain's doing this? Because I see this as a survival thing, is how I see it. This sense, this ability that we have to like analyze the environment, recognize perceived threats, pattern recognition. These are all survival features. It's part of how we navigate the world that we live in. It's how we avoid danger and stay alive and find food. How can I put my brain to rest? By putting your body to rest. And I don't mean just by lying down or sitting down. What I mean is regulate your body. Get up, go for a little walk, do some deep breathing. What you'll notice is that when you're focused on your body and that movement and that breath, it'll take away from that mental chatter. When you're out in the environment, that part of you that's doing all of that anxious behavior, it has to direct itself to the environment, and it's not able to just hyper focus on these, mental things that we're going through. No one's perfect, but the more I notice stuff, the more I get anxious to move out and feel the need to rush. Okay, it'll be done in no time. It'll be done in no time. You're gonna be gone in a couple months, max, alright? So now, I am going to postulate some things because this is something we've talked about before, so I can use my pattern recognition You want me to use my pattern recognition? Being in this situation reminds you of the last time that you were in a situation where you had to live with a set of parents. And so some of those feelings get transferred unconsciously. It's just your body trying to survive the situation by resorting to old behaviors. Keep practicing those new behaviors. You're doing a good job. It'll be over in no time. Since it's gonna be done so soon, is there harm in assuming the best intentions? Like, is there a chance of actual harm being done if we assume good intentions from these people? Maybe they're leaving really early and getting home late because they're just trying to make extra money for the holiday season. Maybe we could just operate under a good assumption. Now, the whole, like, putting a tracker on the car and not telling you, it's like, that is kind of sussy, but it also could just be an overbearing parent doing something to monitor their child, because it was your... But that's a conversation to sit down and talk about. The importance of consent with your children. Because there are some parents that believe that they don't need to get their child's consent to do things for their child, and sometimes this extends into adulthood. Oh yeah, sure, I put a tracker on your truck, what about it? I need to know where you are. Just in case, I worry about you. Like, okay, but you didn't ask me? Like, if you had asked me, that would have been fine, but the fact that you just, just do it without telling me, that's... Start thinking everyone is trying to manipulate or has some alternative motive that I do not know about. Fully thought they were trying to keep us from moving out so that we could be in charge of their son and they wouldn't have to worry about him until the evening time. This is what anxiety likes to do. It likes to go to the worst possible option and say, yep, that's the one. That's what's going to happen. That's what's real. That's this world that we're living in. Yep. So we want to try to reel it back in a little bit. Like, okay, that could be happening, but there are other options. There are other explanations. It's nearing the holiday season. Times are tough. People aren't getting paid enough money. Maybe they're trying to work extra hours, or maybe they've got a side gig, or maybe they're doing something to help supplement the family during the season. We don't know. We don't know. My husband told me a month or so ago that him and his 3 brothers were raised by their grandparents and cousins while their mom worked and lived in Singapore until they were 13 to 16 and were being moved from the Philippines to live with the stepdad. I can imagine this would all be very hard for a family to have to do, especially as a parent to be away from your children living in another country. Anxiety sucks when mismanaged. When mismanaged, it sucks, but when you harness it appropriately, it's actually really cool. It's the get shit done function of your body and brain. Just gotta keep getting back on that horse till you learn how to ride it. It just felt appropriate given the hat. The stepdad has 3 daughters, but none of them reside with him, and they do not visit often. They are all middle and high school aged, and he apparently hates the mom, who was his ex-wife. I hear him talk shit about her from time to time and always wonder what happened. You see how I'm doing it now? Oh my god. I'm gonna stop. But these things are making me look at them differently, and not going to lie, when my husband informed me of that fact, I did not judge her, but I felt some type of way, to be honest. Now it's leaking into my daily functioning. I started hiding in the room again. Alright, so what you're noticing here is your superpower, which is an analytical mind. Now, that can be a very powerful tool, but it can also be a very destructive force if left unchecked. It's the difference between having a well-rounded, balanced life and, you know, scrawling on the walls of a basement sacred geometry and math equations, you know? We gotta keep that dog on a leash. Partner has severe anxiety almost all the time now. It's so hard to try and fix her. It sucks when you have a partner that is dealing with anxiety, because it's like, you want to take that away from them, right? You want to make things better. You want to make it right. You don't want to see them feeling stressed or suffering. But there are ways that you can help them. That's to be a constant. You know, be something consistent, comforting, something that they can anchor themselves to, something that they can feel grounded by. You know, even if it's just doing some slow breathing, just helping to set them, you know, the tone of the place that you're in. Is the TV too loud? Is the music up too loud? Is the music too frantic? Maybe I should put something on that's a little more relaxing. Maybe I can light a candle. Bake a cookie. Is reality checking helpful here? Yeah, it can be. The thing about anxiety is that it's such a common thing. It's a key function in our brain. And it's, you know, that might sound like it sucks, but it's a survival feature. It's how you navigate the world around you. It's how you prepare for potential dangers. It's really important that we have that. If we didn't have that, we would just absentmindedly be walking into stuff. We wouldn't last very long. And so we want that part to be there. We just need to learn how to work with it. But we avoid working with it because it's scary. It is scary, but it can't kill you. It's trying to protect you. It's trying to keep you alive. It wants the same thing for you that you do. To be safe and comfortable. To have all your needs met. Recognize that. Work with it. Don't run from it. try to take stuff off of her plate, and I know it's stresses her out, but she's the full-time caretaker of our kid. Give her some time to just, go out on her own. You can be like, don't worry, I'll watch the kid. You can, take a few hours, go hang out with a friend, go catch up, go get some coffee, go read a book. When you're a primary caretaker for a kid, you can get very dialed into that, and it can, it's nice to be able to step away and just tend to yourself, to just worry about yourself for a little while. As somebody with severe anxiety myself, sometimes the best help I ever got was a hug or just the words, "It's okay." Just knowing that somebody cares. I wouldn't want anybody giving up everything for me. Pro tip, if you're an anxious person, put your ear to the heart of a relaxed person. And if you're the person who's trying to calm down the anxious person, if they come in for a hug, put their ear on your heart. That's what I do for Casey. I give her a big hug and I make her listen to my heartbeat. I'm like, see? And then I take big, slow, deep breaths. I think those are all great ideas. Treat her to a little spa time, a little self-care, a little appreciation. It can be hard to keep up on your self-care when you're raising a kid. Kids can be very demanding and time-consuming, and one of the things that parents will often sacrifice is their own self-care. I used to listen to my dog's heartbeats. It's another good idea. Just chill with your dog. Or if you have a cat, listen to their purr. That's how a cat regulates itself, just purrs. It's also important to remember that anxiety is not just a mind problem, it's a full body problem. Sometimes the anxiety lives in your hands, or in your shoulders, or in your legs. Sometimes it lives in your forehead. You want to just consider all of the angles when it comes to understanding the anxiety. Alright, we've got some more questions in the box, so let's get back to it. For as long as I can remember, my best friend and I talked over voice every day. From the moment I get off of work to the moment I go to bed, we are in a voice call. If I have no work, it's from the minute I wake up. Recently, I got a boyfriend, and the dynamic has changed a lot. My best friend and I went from talking every day to talking 1 to 3 times a week. But our calls went from 5 to 9 hours to 1 to 4. I've been doing my best to manage my time between him and my boyfriend. Even more recently, his husband's mother passed away. I feel like I have been there for them as much as I can. I was there in a voice call from the time she passed, from the time they had her funeral. Not a constant call, it was a few different calls during this time. One day I came home and told him we couldn't talk that day as I needed to be there for my boyfriend on his late mother's birthday. I got the silent treatment for days from my best friend, and he sent me a paragraph that goes like this. mentally preparing for what I'm about to read. It's important to have good boundaries in your relationships. This includes with your friends. You know, it's nice to hang out with friends, but you know, as we grow and as we have more responsibilities in life and other relationships to tend to, it's like we sometimes will have to not spend as much time entangled with the same person. That doesn't mean you're not friends anymore. Doesn't mean that you don't still love the person and care about the person. But talking every day for upward, that's a full-time job. That's we just want to be mindful of codependency in our relationships. Alright, so this is what the friend wrote. Honestly, though it may not be entirely justifiable, this ended up genuinely upsetting me considering what me and my husband have been going through for the past 3 weeks actively, and you haven't exactly been available. I understand that this person is grieving, but you would hope that they would understand grief to the degree where it's like, please, yes, be with your loved one. They are grieving. You know, they're grieving too, but they're grieving and they're turning it into like anger or frustration because they feel like you've let them down. Although it doesn't even sound like you have, because you have talked to them several times. It's just, it sounds like you're having some of those hurt feelings directed towards you, which, within the context of grief, we understand. But still. Not mad you're going out of your way for your man on an occasion like that. Okay, no, I need to hold on. This one confuses me a bit. I don't see being with your partner on a heavy day, on a hard day. I don't see that as going out of your way. I just see that as being the way. Like, what else would you do that day? Like, your partner needs you to be there for them that day. That's not going out of your way. That's just going about your day. That one confuses me a little. Not mad that you're going out of your way for your man on an occasion like that, but I ended up just feeling like I could have used a little more attention and care from someone who is my little sister in all but blood during what will surely become one of the darkest periods of my husband and I's lives. Okay. So that's how we're playing it. Okay, all right, this is how we're playing it. Wow, they really unloaded on you with that one. It's getting to the point where it's starting to feel a bit manipulative to me. it like some alarm bells are going off in my head. Like, this sounds like you're talking to Tony Soprano. And he's like, "You're my blood. You can't go against the family." And it's just, if you need more attention and care from someone that you care about, or from someone that you know, if you need more attention and care, ask. Seek it out. Don't just expect it. Don't just, you know, and get mad at people when they don't come running and offering it to you. If you need your back scratched, tell somebody that your back itches. Ask them to scratch it. And just given the context that you did talk to this person, likely for several hours on a few different occasions during this time span, it's giving me a weird feeling. Anyway, there's more, so let me read more. Just, this is so, it's very dramatic. This line is just, it's so dramatic to me. Like, a very heavy-handed attempt at making you feel guilty is what this is. And honestly, when we are talking 70% of the time, you are not entirely present. So on top of everything else going on emotionally for me, a nagging part of my ego is now telling me to feel like my presence is being taken for granted. And I kind of do feel that way, so I'm not feeling very happy or social right now. I don't necessarily expect anything from this. I just want to explain my radio silence. Okay. This, tried not to get irritated on, but I'm also trying not to get irritated on your behalf, because if somebody sent me a message like this, I would probably just not communicate with them anymore, because this just feels like a this was the message from, did you just get here? I'll give you some context. So this is from a person who they spoke to on voice every day for hours every day. But things changed whenever this person got a boyfriend and they don't talk as much. They used to talk for 5 to 9 hours a day, which is very enmeshed. And so you got the silent treatment for days, and then they sent you this paragraph. Because you told him that you couldn't talk that day as you needed to be there for your boyfriend on his late mother's birthday. What I'm not seeing is any consolation or any, what I'm seeing is this person is just, it's all about me and how I feel. This just, it's giving emotional immaturity. It's giving like, kind of like temper tantrum. Like, it's also giving like a high degree of theatrics. I'm at a loss. I would be too. I feel like I was doing an okay job of splitting my time between my man and my best friend. You were. That's the thing. You were. Because that's the thing. You were. Let me take a sip of water because I'm starting to get heated up. But here's the thing. You were. You were doing the normal, correct thing. You were talking to this person a couple times a week for a couple hours, by friendship standards, that's great. What you were doing before, I'm not going to say it was abnormal, but I will say it is a little excessive to just get on a voice chat with somebody the second you wake up until the second you fall asleep, and only to get off when you have to go to work. What you're doing right now is you are balancing adult relationships in your life. That is totally fine. What's not okay is somebody demanding more from you, but not actually asking you for more. They're upset with you for not giving them more, but they never told you that they needed more from you. Because this is how life works when you know more than one person. You know, when you have a partner and a friend and, you know, other obligations in life, it's like you have to allocate that time between them. I don't know what else to say. That's just how life works. But it sounds like for a period of time, you and your friend were just very entangled, very enmeshed, and they're having a hard time dealing with that because the shift. But you're not doing anything wrong. You're not doing anything wrong. It seems like you were starting to set some boundaries and they were pushing back on that. Exactly. Well said. That's exactly what it sounds like is happening. You saying like, hey, I can't talk today because I've got this important thing to attend to, that's you setting a boundary, and that's totally fair. That's totally reasonable. What's not reasonable is being told that and then icing somebody out, giving them the silent treatment, and then hitting them back with this like, this is a betrayal. I'm not mad, but I do consider you my blood. And, you know, it's just... Anyway. I do feel really bad. You didn't do anything wrong, just so you know. This is how having adult relationships works. You know, you have sometimes you can't be on a voice chat with somebody every waking hour. Especially when you're out living life and meeting people and forming new relationships. Pushback indicates manipulative non-mutuality and imbalance. Clearly, your friend was getting something out of this relationship that you weren't. Some sort of emotional satisfaction, some sort of emotional fulfillment, some sort of need was being met by the relationship that you had of just constant voice communication. And then they just kind of hit you with the whole like, woe is me thing. They wanted to make you feel really bad. They wanted to make you feel guilty. But you didn't do anything wrong. Top of school, work, poverty, seasonal depression, and other mental illness, and this new relationship, I really feel like I've been trying my best to navigate it all. It sounds like you've been doing an okay job. Talking to a friend 1 to 3 times a week for 1 to 4 hours, that's... Am I wrong in saying this? But that sounds like entirely reasonable and perfectly normal. There are some people out here who would kill to have that, even. Getting to see a friend every week? Let alone multiple times a week? It's just kind of feeling like this person, they felt very entitled to your attention and very entitled to your time for some reason. I can't say what that is because I don't know them. But it sounds like this person was just they had a high level of expectancy for you and your availability emotionally. And so they were the one being unfair, and they were upset when you weren't able to meet their unrealistic expectations. Just keep in mind here, they didn't apologize at all. There was no condolence here. There was no like, hey, I'm sorry, I haven't been talking. I know you've been having a hard time. I've been having a hard time too. I miss you as a friend. You know, like, where was that? I'm sorry, but where was that? Just, okay, let's flip the situation around a little bit. Let's say that you are in a situation where you're trying to reach out to somebody that you've been distant from. Like, how would you go about that? You probably wouldn't go about it like just trying to make them feel miserable and guilty about themselves. Like, oh, I can't, like, I feel like everything about me is taken for granted, and I'm sad now because of it, and it's just... I just feel like there's a healthier way for friends to reach out to friends that they've fallen out of contact with, and this just isn't it. When friends fall out with other friends, how should you re-engage? Be like, hey, I miss talking to you. I hope you've been well. Things have been hectic and busy, but it'd be nice to catch up with you. Like, how would I even go about responding to that? LMAO okay. That's how I would respond. The thing about people will like write a novel for you, and what do? Do they expect a novel back? Like, do you want me to address every single point and accusation you've made? It's like, no. This isn't the debate club. I'm aggressively snacking because I'm frustrated. I just want you to know that there are people out there who are way less annoying who will also be your friend, so don't worry if you have to make new friends. There are people out there who will not be so expectant and demanding of your time. They were being unfair to you. They really laid on the guilt in a very heavy-handed way. And so the whole thing to me just comes across as a little bit entitled, a little bit manipulative. Hey, how are you? I miss you. Nah, you've disappointed me and my bloodline with your silence. Right? It's like, wow, okay. Very, very heavy-handed. Very over the top. This is hard for me. We've been friends for over a decade. All right, let's talk about it a little bit. Because first off, I really want you to appreciate that you are a good friend. You are a good friend, you are a good person. And the fact that you're even considering that you didn't do enough here, sometimes what we do in our relationships is we take time away from each other. You know, maybe sometimes it's nice to just have a break from a person. It doesn't mean it's goodbye forever, it's just see you later. Just a quick question for the chat here. Have you ever been in a friendship or have you ever known anybody who is just a little bit too expectant of you? They were a little bit too entitled to your time, your energy, your presence, and they would get upset with you or mad with you if you were unavailable. Have you ever encountered anybody like that? As you can see, a lot of us have met somebody like that or known somebody like that. And this is why boundaries are important. How would you respond to this person? Okay, I would first off, how about we help you draft a response? We're gonna keep this fair and balanced. Okay, let's think about this for a second. In a response, I would begin with saying something like, I understand your frustrations, and it's unfortunate that things have progressed how they have. However, I believe that the boundaries that I was setting within our relationship were entirely fair. And then feel free to riff off of that however you like. But first off, you're not apologizing for anything. You're not saying, I'm sorry, because you didn't do anything wrong. You can say that I regret that things are the way that they are, and it's unfortunate that things have progressed this way. You can say that, but that's not you apologizing. You don't have to own this. You're not the one acting like a baby. Think of it as a renegotiation. Exactly. They are offering you a truth. You don't have to accept that as truth. You can renegotiate and say, actually, this is the way that it is. It's a renegotiation. They are presenting a truth to you and you're saying, some of this doesn't add up. Some of this doesn't make sense. All right, actually, this is the way that I think that it is. You do not have to let them have the story. It's true. You don't have to let them define the narrative of them being this hurt, betrayed person and you being an inattentive friend. But in re-engaging with them, we don't have to be hostile or defensive or anything. We can just be like, just handle it like a calm adult. Hey, how's it going? Oh!
I just got one order, but if you want some, it's
The Korean fried chicken.
Next to the grocery store.
Is this all of it?
Yeah. already ate a couple.
Oh yeah, give me a couple.
It's pretty good. Hi, Chad. Sorry to interrupt.
Oh,
He just has to.
time.
Yeah, you have to try the Korean fried chicken when it's fresh.
Hmm.
Yeah, and I also, I got a few errands ran. I went by the police station. I do this thing. Like, it's been a while since I've done it, but I'm like, oh, I should just do this now. But I went by the police station and told them that my house was at threat of being swatted. And I had them put it, like, I talked to an officer for a minute, which I fucking hate doing because every
They
time
always
I
act
do it,
stupid
they
about
act
it.
like I'm a fucking moron. Like
They act
this,
like you're paranoid schizophrenic.
right? Like whenever I first told this like cop that was like at the front, he was like kind of like, and I'm like, I'm sorry, like you think it's funny, but I have been swatted before. I've had AR-15s pointed at my father. Like, stop like fucking laughing off my concerns, asshole. Because like one of the things that these fucking cops do is like they're like, they act like they don't fucking accidentally kill people all the time. You know what I mean? Like you're like, yeah, I'm kind of like, concerned. You guys like coming to my house and swatting me and killing my family.
They act offended
and they
by
act
it.
offended.
Like,
Like it doesn't happen.
The police? We would never.
Right. Oh, sorry, you can't hear me. I was just bitching about the police. It's pretty good though, isn't it? Mm-hmm. It's pretty good. Yeah, I was bitching about how like I went up to the police station just to tell them that my address was like at high risk of being swatted and like fake hoax calls. And every time I do that, they act like I'm fucking stupid. And it gets really annoying because they kind of like laugh it off. Like they laugh off your concerns. Like they're like, oh, well, huh. And it's like, yeah, people are concerned of you killing them. They act like you're like insane for being concerned.
People have
that-
literally
Yeah,
died.
yeah. Sorry to interrupt.
Oh, you're good. Thank you. Chicken break. All right, let's get back in the question box. I typically love the holidays, but I'm sort of dreading them this year. All right, well, first off, there's some good news here. You're only sort of dreading, which is good. It's better than totally dreading. So, we can work with that. If we're sort of dreading, then we're also sort of excited. That's the side we want to try to lean into. My mom is insistent that everybody get together at our house, and that means I might have to interact with the members of my family who judge me for not having made enough progress with my agoraphobia, and say that something should be done with me, aka they threaten to have me sent to a psych ward against my will. I don't want to drag everyone down, but I am frankly too angry and scared to talk to or be around those people at the moment. It's agoraphobia practice. This is an opportunity to face your fear. Would you possibly have any guidance for how to navigate this situation? If they talk to you, ignore them. That's an option. Pretend to not hear them. You can't control other people. You can't control how other people treat you, what they say to you, what they feel about you. All of those things are outside of your control. But what you can control is how you respond to other people. And I feel like there's an important opportunity here. There's an important lesson here. This could be a sort of symbolic victory, a symbolic progress that you're making with that anxiety that you're having about getting out and being around people. Now, that's how I feel about it. But it's important for you to judge yourself based on where you're at right now and where you would like to go from here. You know, let's play the tape out for our two main different options. Option 1, avoid. What do? Well, we hide away. We go somewhere else, we stay in our room, we lock ourselves away, and we don't celebrate with anybody else. How would that leave us feeling? It might feel like the safe option to hide away or to avoid, but I feel like in the end that just leaves us feeling more fearful, more scared. It makes the problem feel even bigger, and it makes it feel like there's even less that can be done about this problem that I'm trying to work through. In my experience, therapy does not work with people who know you. You mean like wait. In what way? Therapy speak, know your buttons. It's important to know what your triggers are. It's important to know the things that stress you. But I am also a proponent of inoculating yourself against those things. The things that cause you a tremendous amount of stress need not always generate a tremendous amount of stress within you. You can acclimate. Who among the attendees is the person that you feel the safest around? I would encourage you to spend a primary amount of time with those people. What you'll find is that you're under no obligation to sit down and have an exhaustive conversation with everyone in attendance. When people make unwarranted remarks or judgment about another person's mental health, I find it to be appropriate to respond with confusion. You know, instead of taking it personally or taking this as, you know, something harmful to me, I prefer to respond with confusion. Why would you ask that? Why would you say something like that? Ask them questions about why they felt it was okay to say the thing that they said to you, instead of just internalizing it. Agoraphobia sucks, but it does. It can be very challenging, but it's also very treatable. It's very treatable. But the truth of the matter is that there's work to be done, and it's going to be uncomfortable. But don't let that avoid you from trying anyway. I wish that the path out of agoraphobia was smooth and carefree and enjoyable every step of the way, but it's not. It's about expanding your comfort zone, and that includes discomfort. But the end goal is a greater amount of overall comfort in your life, if you are able to make it through that discomfort. Build up that resistance. Your body and your mind will acclimate. Outside the comfort zone is the growth zone. Yep, that's the growth zone. One of the biggest problems is that you only see these people so often, so it does make the instance worse. I disagree, and here's why. You only see these people so often, so why in the fuck would they be a qualified judge of anything about you? They don't know you. So if anything, you can take them less seriously because this person has zero idea of who it is you actually are, which is why they say the fucked up things they say. People like to act like they're the expert on you, but in reality, they're still trying to figure themselves out. So what makes you think that they know who you are? If anything, they're trying to tell you who you are so that they can reaffirm their own insecurities about who it is that they think they are. Anyway, just recognize that these people don't know you. You hardly see them. These sound like the type of family members that you only see on those occasions where you all come together for the holiday. So they don't know you. They will act like they do. They will act like they know who you are and what's best for you, but they don't know you. So don't take them as an expert. Don't take what they say personally because they are ill-informed. Families are a hotbed for what's called communal narcissism. Now that's a conversation. You will see that a lot in families. People propping each other up to maintain their own egos. Okay, hold on. Before we get into this question, somebody in chat asked, Def Kalian asked, they wanted to know where to find my old videos. A lot of them get uploaded to my Twitch channel, but Twitch only saves them for so long, but they all get uploaded to my YouTube channel. So if you go to my YouTube channel, hey look, there's me. If you go to my YouTube channel and you go to the live tab, you'll see all of my past broadcasts. Can help maybe to prepare topics to talk about in case you do end up talking to these people. You take control of the convo in directions you want and steer away if they try to get into your mental health. Have prepared responses that deflect. I'm doing much better, thanks. How's your son doing in college? It's a great example, Rex. Thank you for adding that in. You know, if you do want to talk to them and you do want to keep things peaceful, you know, you can just let them know, like, hey, I appreciate you asking that. I'm actually doing pretty well these days. Thank you for thinking about me. This is gonna sound kind of silly, but this is a strategy that I find to be helpful. Call it silly because it is kind of silly. But whenever anybody says something that's meant to be insulting, I act dumb about it and I misinterpret it as if it were actually a compliment. Like, oh, thank you. Thank you for saying that. Thank you for thinking about me. They always give you a look of confusion. It's like they were expecting to get under your skin. They were expecting to hurt you, but you acted happy about it instead. The look of confusion on their face is always worth it. Thank you for the kind words. It means a lot to know that you were thinking about me. Hope you have a great night. You just practice the art of banter. The art of banter. I feel like that is an important thing, and I feel like some people just, the situations just feel very dire, very serious. But I feel like, you know, if somebody's trying to get the best of you, just try to take it in stride and try to, you know, just people are always going to be trying to get under your skin. Just show them that it doesn't hurt you. Come to Ireland. You know, that's a good idea, especially now that they have a Taco Bell. That I know what I can eat while I'm there. Therapist was talking about the window of tolerance, and it's like the hyperarousal and hypoarousal. I don't get the difference between these things, man. I'm assuming you meant window of tolerance. It says indie of tolerance, but that's probably just a typo. But yeah, let's talk about it real quick. Let's talk about the window of tolerance. Actually, I have a presentation on it. Oh, I'm gonna have to fix this. Whenever I did that forced dark mode, it also, it made all of my green screen. The way these dogs will just stand with my green screen draped over them, I'm like, can you move like 3 inches to the side? And they're like, no, actually, I'm perfectly fine right here. Thank you very much. Mean tissue tolerance? No. What we mean is assuming they were going for window of tolerance. Let's see if I can fix this. Okay. I'm gonna have to turn off my dark mode for a minute. I have to turn off my dark mode for a minute since that breaks my presentation. The issue of tolerance, or the window of tolerance. It is the zone where your brain is able to work optimally. So long as you are inside that window, you are calm, alert, and able to think clearly. And whenever you're outside of that window, you fall into a survival mode. So this is what your therapist was talking about. Hypoarousal and hyperarousal. Let's break it down a little bit. This might help it make sense. Hyperarousal is when you're in that fight-flight mode. It's when you feel anxiety. Your thoughts are racing, you're irritable, you're panicky, you're restless. It's your nervous system being in a state of high alert. That's hyperarousal. Your nervous system is too roused. It is hyper aroused. And then on the flip side, you have hypo arousal, which is things are too low. And this is when we freeze or shut down. We feel numb, disconnected, we got brain fog, low energy, hopelessness. This is your nervous system slowing everything down to conserve energy or to avoid feeling pain. And so the window of tolerance is when you're in that spot in between these two extremes. Now, what happens is trauma and stress, it can make that window smaller. And so the window of tolerance, it can vary in size. You know, for some people who have a high degree of stress, high degree of anxiety, or a lot of trauma, their window of tolerance might be pretty small. And they can very easily find themselves in either an elevated or a de-elevated state. You feel me? This is hitting close to home. Well, that's because you have a human brain, Emily. You got a human brain, so yep. This is how the human brain works. I regret to inform you that you are in fact human. Different things can push us out of the window or make the window shrink. Trauma, chronic stress, emotional overwhelm, sensory overload, or being in unsafe situations, either physically or emotionally. Can a prolonged uncomfortable situation lead to you being hyper out? Yep. Yep. Oh, you apologize. Okay, well, let me just let you know that this is a no apology zone. We have a rule here. No apologies. And when you apologize, you get bonked. It's kind of like a rite of passage here. Kind of like a rite of passage. Everybody in here's been bonked once or twice. So when you're outside of the window of tolerance, there are things you can do to help you get back in, grounding yourself, co-regulating with someone else, someone that makes you feel safe and calm, doing breath work, getting up and moving. It's all about breaking those old patterns and building up those new ones. So this is how you get back into the window of tolerance whenever you're outside of it. But what you can also do is help to expand that window. You know, maybe stress and trauma has made your window of tolerance more narrow. It can open back up. Mindfulness and body-based practices like yoga, tai chi, trauma therapy, and then just building routines over time that help you to feel rested, connected, and safe. Anyway, so this is the window of tolerance. The window of tolerance. To put it simply, it's just the amount of stress that you can take before you're thrown out of whack. You know, how tolerant are you of disruptors or distractions or so hopefully you get the difference between hyper and hypoarousal. I'm gonna have to turn dark mode back on. I'm just gonna have to alternate it because I am now too invested in the dark mode question box. OPV, thank you for gifting that sub. That's the goat right there. Show some respect. I think you're right about the dilation and the constriction, because when you're aroused, more blood goes to your muscles, so it would make sense that they would dilate. What is the psychoeducation behind EMDR? Does it work? EMDR. Now, EMDR is one of those therapies. It's one of those techniques where, you know, if you're new to the field or if you're new to psychology, it might seem like this is interesting. Now, how does this work exactly? EMDR is, I gotta show you a picture. I need a visual aid here. It stands for eye movement desensitization reprocessing. And the way that it works is pretty interesting. This is EMDR, eye movement desensitization reprocessing. The way that it works is it is a combination of therapy and eye movement. And what they've found is that it can help people to process unresolved traumas. And it might sound interesting, like, now how could eye movement help someone to reprocess something? Like, well, one of the leading theories is that it ties into the same function that your brain does whenever you're dreaming. Whenever your brain is relocating things or processing things or reorganizing things, you have this rapid eye movement stage of sleep. And so there's some form of correlation between eye movement and things being processed in your brain. It didn't work for me when I tried it, but I know it works for other people. It may also be one of those things where it just wasn't the right time, or it wasn't the right thing in that moment. They will often use like a little light bar, and you can follow the light back and forth with your eyes. Sometimes they'll do their finger. But yeah, there's a correlation between eye movement and things getting moved around in your brain, and that's how it works. They'll also do like hand tapping thing, or they'll have like little buzzers or something. Just, it's about shifting your focus. Some people actually do it at home. Some people will actually do it at home. There's, you can get a light bar, or there's even like YouTube videos of like the light bar. Now, I wouldn't advise anybody to engage in psychotherapy all on their own, but there are people that do it. I'm hooked on these dried mango pieces. I've heard even going on a walk, we look left and right naturally, which accomplishes much of the benefits of EMDR. There's something important about being in motion physically that helps us to process things differently mentally. You know, whenever we're stagnant or whenever we're like stuck in a specific environment, we tend to get stuck in certain ways of thinking. So yeah, just like as simple as the advice is of like go for a walk and think about it, it might sound like too simple, it might sound too obvious. It's like, surely that couldn't help, but it actually does. Scientifically. Like, have you ever been in a situation where you just got up and went for a walk and you didn't even really realize what you were doing until you were doing it? Sometimes I feel like the body just will do what it needs without us even really thinking about it. My brother is currently in a manic episode. You will be in my thoughts. It's not easy having somebody that's close to you, having a family member going through a manic episode. It's stressful. My brother is currently in a manic episode, and it's putting a lot of stress on me and my family. Is this the first time? Is this the first time he's ever done this? Okay, hold on. You answer that. Sorry, I have questions. And it's putting a lot of stress on me and my family. His impulsivity is extremely high. Yes, that's one of the key features of a manic episode. Just deregulation of any impulse control. Like, you know what I need to do? I need to sell all my belongings and move out to the coast. He can't keep a job, yet he's talking about moving to another city, buying a house, getting his master's degree, and working at Stargate. Stargate? Like from the movie? Or is that a thing? I only know the one from the movie. It's an AI company, apparently. Oh. Well. If he was talking about the intergalactic portals from the sci-fi movie Stargate, that would be a little more concerning, but it's an actual thing. Okay. Is an Oracle investment? Oh no. You can't go into a manic episode and then decide you want to go work for Larry Ellison. It's like, no, don't do that. Don't go through a manic episode and then decide you want to work for the bad guys. Like, I need to go join the techno fascists. Don't do it. Just grand, unrealistic plans. That's a manic episode for you. Grand, unrealistic plans. He barely sleeps, and nothing seems to help with that. Which actually is not sleeping as much. That's another thing you see often during a manic episode. But it also is a big driver for the manic episode. The lack of sleep is making the manic episode worse. He's actually a very charismatic person. A lot of people going through a manic episode are. I've worked with people who are going through manic episodes before. They can be very sociable. They can be very charismatic. He's a very charismatic person, so he can and sometimes does attempt some of the things he talks about. He also has delusions and paranoia, especially the belief that our family sent the police after him during a past manic episode. Okay. So there were police involved in a previous manic episode. Is he medicated? That's my next question, but I think you answered that question too. He even jumped off a train because of that delusion and still believes that police or other people were sent to harm him. That's the thing about a manic episode, is you aren't grounded in reality, and so anybody who's trying to intervene or help stop you is a bad guy. It's like, uh-oh, they're coming for me. He usually takes his medication after an episode, but eventually he stops, convinced that the meds are poisonous or that CBD or weed is the real cure. Classic. 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 You see this happen all the time in people with bipolar. They take meds so that they're not manic, and then they're like, wait a second, I feel like shit now. I used to feel really good, now everything feels like shit, everything sucks. And so they stop taking their meds. Because one of the biggest dangers of a manic episode is that even though you're putting yourself at great risk, even though you're causing a great amount of disruption in your life, it feels really good. That's why it's so dangerous, and that's why it's so hard to reel people back in, is because it feels really good to be in a manic episode. You feel on top of the world. You've got the answers to all the problems. I need to go meet up with Larry Ellison. Where's Peter Thiel? I've got some ideas he needs to hear. What is mania a manifestation of neurologically? Okay, so there's a lot that we don't know as far as the neurological effects of things or the neurological causes of things, but what people have noticed is that chronic manic symptoms can actually cause structural changes within the brain. It's kind of like you're redlining in a car. Imagine that you're driving a car and you're just pushing it to its limit. It's redlining. It's like there are different parts of your car that are going to sustain damage from that stress. What exactly does that mean? Oh, no problem. What this means is that your brain isn't meant to be in a manic state all the time. It's like running your car too hard. And it can actually harm your brain. But as far as like neurologically, you don't see too like... It's kind of hard to see bipolar in the brain. Other conditions are pretty easy to spot in the brain, but bipolar is a little different. An overabundance of neurotransmitters or something. A higher level of neural activity. Like, think about what it would be like to be somebody who's in a manic episode. You gotta keep going, you gotta keep moving, you can't settle down, you can't slow down, you can't stop, you can't sleep. Things are just running too quickly, and they're jumping around from place to place, and it's chaotic and it's stressful. Rough though, it definitely is. It definitely is, but it's not always stressful to the person going through it. And it's part of the reason why it can be so difficult to intervene when somebody's going through a manic episode, is because it's not like it makes them feel miserable. They've got all these great ideas and all these goals and all these dreams, and I'm going to do them right now because I only got one life to live, so I got to get out of here. I got to go to Silicon Valley. That's where everything is. I never know how to respond when he tells me these things. Should I tell him outright that he's manic and needs to see a professional? No. That's not going to work. Unless he is very self-aware and very invested in his treatment, he's not going to want to hear that. Do you sedate people? How do you fix that? When it comes to mania, it depends on how intense the mania is. Sometimes it runs its course, and the person levels back out. Other times it gets so intense that they find themselves institutionalized. Sometimes it gets so extreme that they are at a risk for harming themselves, and so people have to intervene on their behalf. Thank you for explaining this. My brother just had a manic episode, and I spoke to him a lot while he was in that state, and it's like he was a different person. It can be really scary. It can be really scary to see somebody in that state because it really isn't a good representation of who they are. I'm glad to hear he's in a better space now. Should I tell him outright he's manic? I wouldn't, because most people don't respond well to hearing that. For some people, it's not the worst idea because, if this is a person who's been in treatment and they're open about talking about it, it's a different story. But for the most part, people don't want to hear that, especially when they're going through it. Or should I gently steer him away from the ideas with things like it's not a good time of year to move and wait for the episode to pass? Is there anything I can actually do? I always feel lost when he starts talking about all these things. He seems so disconnected from reality during these episodes. Yep. And so I would try to gently reconnect him with reality. Like if you have a goal, then ask him what the first step is in that goal. Okay, so you're looking to move? All right, well, how are you going to pay for it? Sometimes it can be helpful to ground people by helping to reel them back in. Like, okay, you have this big goal. You're going to move across the country. You're going to go try to work for this company. You're going to, go buy a house somewhere or go to another city. It's like, what's the first step? I would just try to be a calm and reassuring presence and try to just gently weave in those things like, let's just make sure that we're doing this the right way. Let's just make sure we take it one step at a time. Just be the voice of reason and try to help him ground himself so that he can see what's going on, and then hopefully things will play out. If you can find a way to communicate about getting back into treatment or taking medication again, then I would take that opportunity when it presents itself. It can be really stressful when you have a family member going through a manic episode. Just try your best to be a calming and grounding presence. Just try to do what you can to reel them back in a little bit. There's nothing that you're going to be able to say or do that's going to make them just immediately snap out of a manic episode. It has to wear off. They have to, until they reach the point where they either de-escalate or, they're able to get through it. So just, you're trying to keep them from going too far or from going over the edge. Now, if things ever get too scary, too dangerous, I would, look at having a professional medical intervention if you ever feel like he's at risk. If he's saying that he's gonna sell all his belongings and empty his bank account and buy a ticket and fly out to California, it might be a good time to intervene. There are also acute psych services too. That's true. There are different levels to psychiatric care. So, for a while it used to be like if you were having a psychiatric moment, you would get, assessed, and then you would get sent to a psych hospital and you would stay there for X number of days. But they have different levels, different tiers of services now in many places. They have crisis centers where it's a place that you can go and stay there for several hours or even up to a day. But it's not it's not like you're going to be there for 3 days or a week or longer. Anyway, I can't understate just how important it is to try to be a calming, grounding presence when someone's going through a mania. If you come at them and you're stressed and you're elevated, they're going to feed off of it. And it's going to amp them up even further. And so what you want to do is you want to be a wet blanket. You want to try to smother that mania. So just be the one to slow things down. Keep it grounded. Even in small things, just saying hey, I need you to slow down a little bit. I'm having a hard time following you. You even notice how I'm talking right now. I'm talking kind of quiet. I'm bringing it down. I'm de-escalating. Hey, this is all really exciting, and it's nice to see that you feel so strongly about this. I just want to make sure that we're thinking clearly and we're not getting ahead of ourselves. Saying that kind of stuff helps to bring it back down, reel it back in. You'll probably be okay. So talking about this kind of stuff with your brother is going to be really important, but you might want to wait until this episode has passed, because when a person is in a manic episode, it's not very easy to talk to them about their manic episodes. But whenever a person is out of a manic episode, then it's okay, we can talk about it. Hey, what was that all about? found personally that what you say is actually sort of what I did with my brother. Me and his fiance were very slowly encouraging him to get to the emergency hospital, but it was so slow and gentle, like you say. That's the way to do it. You gotta be slow and gentle. Because mania is kind of like a fire, and people who are in a manic episode, they will feed off of other people's energy. And so if you're too energetic, if you're too stressed, if you're getting elevated and frustrated with what they're doing, they're gonna feed off of it, and it's gonna make them even more elevated. You gotta project calmness, it's true. Having trouble with procrastination and avoiding adulting chores? I see a better life for me months down the road, but if I can't clear the mountain of paperwork and hoops to jump through, that better life stays in the distance. Also, I keep expecting the hoops to be done and behind me, fighting a case against my thieving, law-breaking landlord. Oof. But then the legal system doesn't resolve, and it creates another pile of work and hoops that drag it out for several more months. Any advice? Try to focus on the reward and not on the work. And I say that because that's a big part of what fuels procrastination, is we are too focused on the effort or the work that we have to do, and we lose sight of the satisfaction that we will get when the job is done. Just focus on whatever's right in front of you, that next step. If you're working on a mountain of paperwork, you take it one paper at a time. You worry about that piece of paper, and then you take it to the next one. Eventually, you will get through it. Also, don't be afraid to take breaks. Taking regular breaks can actually make you more productive. Another part of why we procrastinate is because we have a unhealthy relationship with our work schedule. We sit down and we grind it out for 8-9 hours straight until the job gets done. You know, sometimes we're pulling all-nighters and stuff, trying to get stuff done, and that's not the way to do it. Would it make sense if I told you that panic is what fuels procrastination? Like, why do we get things done? Why do we wait until the last minute? Well, because that's when the panic kicks in, and panic is a very powerful motivator. It's like fueling your car with rocket fuel. It's like, we don't need that high octane. Just focus on that next thing, that next step, and celebrate those wins. Every time you make a step, every time you make a small amount of progress, that's a win, and it's okay to celebrate it. That's how you keep that motivation going. That's how you keep that fire hot. You focus on the small tasks and you celebrate every win. That's how you keep up that momentum. Also, take more breaks. Every hour, try to take at least a 5-10 minute break. You'll be more productive that way than if you're just trying to sit down and grind it out for several hours straight. Your brain just doesn't like to do that. And it's important that when we're working with our human brains, we operate based on the material reality of what those brains can and cannot do. Substitute Scholar, thank you for gifting that sub to Lesbian Hot Sauce. Thank you. Tricks of the trade, that's what they call me. Therapist and I are doing some trauma work, and I just feel really guilty and shameful about it. That makes perfect sense. Let me tell you why. When you're working on your trauma, all of those old feelings, all of that old hurt, all of that old pain, it resurfaces, and you re-experience those feelings. So even though this is a part of healing, it's scary and painful. But the good news is that by working through it, by processing it and unpacking it, you can let go of that guilt and shame. So feeling it is an important part of healing it. I was in a relationship with this man for over 2 years and did it to placate my mother, who wanted me to be straight. During our relationship, I made boundaries and made it clear that I wasn't comfortable being sexually intimate, but he would constantly pressure me, and one day I just kind of let him do it and just froze. My therapist told me that people make consent more complicated than what it's meant to be, especially when we're looking for it from the outside. Most people can tell when someone is uncomfortable, hesitant, scared, or not freely choosing something. I just feel like I sort of deserved it for leading him on. Don't blame yourself for this. The burden of this. Okay, all right. Consent should be given eagerly and enthusiastically. There should be no confusion regarding consent. Now, part of what I'm hung up on is that you felt a pressure to do this because you wanted to placate your mom. You wanted to make your mom happy. And I would dare to guess, I'm going to take a guess here, that even though you did this, your mom probably still wasn't happy. It's just something that I've noticed throughout my life and throughout all the stories that people have told me, is that when we do things to make other people happy, it rarely makes them happy. It's less about being happy and it's more about just maintaining control in life. There's a lot to unpack here, and I'm glad that you are working with a therapist on this, because you have a lot of healing to look forward to. So that's good. There's going to be a lot to unravel with this. But I just want to let you know, and it might not make sense now, but I hope it feels a lot clearer in the future, is that this was not your fault. You did not deserve to have this happen to you. And then you're not a bad person because of how things have played out in your life. hope that you today are able to experience life as yourself. And I hope that you continue to allow that sense of self to grow and flourish. Because what you'll come to find is that so long as you're living life based on what other people expect of you, instead of doing what is true and genuine to yourself, you're always going to be chasing after that happiness that you're looking for. Try to keep your hopes up. Try to keep your head up. You're gonna be all right. Just keep working on it. You're in therapy. That's good. There's gonna be some stuff to unpack. There's gonna be some old feelings that resurface. There's gonna be some moments of, feeling hurt or feeling confused. That's a part of the process. It's the part of the healing process. That's what you're doing. You're healing, and that's a good thing. So keep with it. Keep it up. Because that'll get you to a place where things feel a lot better. Better than you thought even possible. How do I not freeze in conversations? What do I say when I have nothing to say? Yesterday at work, someone hit me with, "Life gotta fuck me up as usual," and I replied with, relatable? If there was a button to induce a coma, I would have pressed it right there. A million different better replies, and I chose that. Hey, that one's actually not even that bad, honestly. I can think of way worse ones. That one's totally passable. I wouldn't even give it a D. I would give it like a C+. That's a passing grade. That's not bad. That's not bad. So, what do you say when you've got nothing to say? Well, there's always the King of the Hill approach. Have you ever seen King of the Hill? Where they're just like, yep, yep. There's any number of different ways to just indicate That's my go-to. My go-to is I will give an and I will nod. I'm like, Yep. You got that right. Sure can be that way sometimes. Another one that I go to is, you hate to see it. So like, life's gotta fuck me up as usual. You hate to see it. What you're looking for is just some interesting ways to let the other person know that you have received the data packet that they are sending you. Whenever they're speaking, they're just broadcasting data, and you're just responding with the affirmative. Like, hear you loud and clear. You could do the solid snake, where you just echo everything they say as a question. That's another good technique. I can always hit him with the, I know that's right. What's funny is that these types of responses can vary depending on what type of crowd you're hanging out with. Like if I'm hanging out with the LGBTQ, it would be something like, "Oh yeah, clock it." Like, yes, queen, go off. Well, and I gotta let this dog out of my stream room. He's pushing up into my green screen. Give me just a sec. I'm gonna let him out. Sorry, I default to movie quotes. Well. Which, speaking of, that's another great response. It is what it is. The more I think about it, the more of these I have. This is another alternative if you feel comfortable with this one. You can quote Oscar Gamble. He was a baseball player for the New York Yankees. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. Maybe they'll get the reference. You know, honestly, it's just a nice reflection about the disconnection between perception and reality, and the chaotic nature of situations. I mean, questioner, I think you did okay. Like, sure, there's always room for growth. There's always, there's always room to grow and practice and become more apt in social settings. That's fine. You know, looking at it from the other side, it's like, what's this dude coming up to you at work? He's like, why are you trauma dumping on me at work? Like, I'm just kidding. My internal monologue has never been one single narrator voice. It's more of a collection of different voices I made up or voices of friends. A few days ago, a new voice joined the party. It's the brain guy. I learned so much about mental health. Now I hear your voice talking whenever I think about it. Thanks for the good work you do, man, but you should start paying rent. You're gonna have to evict me. I'm living rent free. Does bring up an interesting point of conversation about internal monologues, or the voices that we will hear that we attribute to our thoughts. What you might notice is that certain thoughts will have different voices, or they will, feel differently depending on what type of thought you're having. For example, if you're having a very self-critical thought, that thought might have a voice or a tone to it that you might attribute to an authoritarian figure, or a boss or a parent. Whereas the thoughts that you have that are positive and self-affirming and loving, they might have a totally different voice to them. Interesting how the brain works, isn't it? Pretty fun. Hi, it's been a while. Hi, been a while. It's me. I'm the person who had the issue with my parents kicking me out and relating to stopping crimes with my own... Hold on. I remember. I'm the person who had the issue with my parents kicking me out, relating to stopping crimes with my own investigations, and giving my info to the local police. My parents decided to reach out since I've moved, and they're really trying to understand, yet they're not open-minded. How do you recommend discussing thought processes or mental health type stuff with people who aren't open-minded to it? Should I just let it go and just accept they'd never understand, or try to reason and die on this hill? Hope you've been well. I have been well, thank you for asking. I hope you're doing well as well. So, it sounds like the question that we're going after here is, how do you talk to somebody about mental health when they're just not really keen on the topic? One of the best ways to get somebody to open up to talking about mental health is to make it relatable to them. If we can make it relatable to them, then they might start to get it. Because a lot of people, it just doesn't really click until they have the frame of reference for it. Till it happens to you, you won't know how I feel. And so, find a way to relate it to their lived experience. Find a way to relate it to them and their lives. And then maybe they'll be able to draw the conclusion and it'll start to make sense to them. A lot of people can be a little apprehensive when it comes to talking about mental health or even acknowledging that it is a thing, because it's kind of scary sometimes, right? Mental health as a topic, it can be a little intimidating. It can be, uh-oh, the things that can go wrong with a brain. I got one of those. It sounds like your parents are trying to understand. They just don't have the language. So you are the one who's going to have to help them translate. So find a way to relate it to them and to their life, and that will be your in. And this technique can work. This technique is how you do it whenever you, because when you work in mental health, you're going to encounter a lot of people who are misinformed or uncomfortable or avoidant with talking about mental health, and you have to find that in. You have to find that way to make it relatable. What you'll notice is that people will show much more interest in things when they find them to be personally relatable. It's the holiday season, and I feel not so festive. I feel like I used to be more whimsical in the month, but now it just doesn't feel like it. I've been so stressed and sad from a recent breakup. Finances are a bit tight, as I'm still waiting to receive my insurance money from a recent car accident. I have this playlist I save for playing this time of year as my own personal tradition, but as I played it, it just doesn't hit the same. It can't be expected to hit the same because you're going through it right now. If conditions were ideal, it would probably hit the same. But you've got some things going on that you're working through, and so that will affect. You know, that will carry some consequence. Maybe I'm growing out of it. I don't think so, because it's not really something that you can grow out of. It's something that you can tune out of. It's something that you can disconnect from, but I don't think growing old has anything to do with it. Some of the most festive and spirited people during the holidays are children and old people. It just feels sad since these songs are actually pretty good and would put me in the mood if things were right in my life. Exactly. See, like you said it yourself. If things were better, these songs would hit better, and that's to be expected based on what you're going through. So just show yourself some grace as you get back to a sense of normalcy. You've taken some hits. How can I get past this mindset and enjoy the season? By making the best of what you got. It also might be worthwhile to consider starting a new tradition. One of the satisfying things about the holiday season is our ability to form new traditions. So just give that some thought about what you might like to see that tradition be. You know, would I like to take this time at the end of the year to look back and reflect on all of my trials and tribulations, on all of my hardships and my successes? It's the time of year for introspection. It's the time of year for reflection. And that's not always fun, but it's always meaningful. So, get your favorite snacks, watch your favorite movies, listen to your favorite music. It might not be optimal, but it'll still be enjoyable. Maybe you can wake that Christmas spirit up a little bit, because it's sleeping in. You gotta shake it a little bit. Holidays like Christmas and New Year's can be sad and depressing. That's absolutely true. The thing about the holidays is that they are an emotional amplifier, meaning that if you feel good, you will feel even better because it has been amplified. Conversely, if you're feeling bad, you will feel even worse. And so take the time that you need to rest and take good self-care and to do some reflection and to just try to find meaning in the season. I like to change up my Christmas traditions, just adopted the Home Alone movies Christmas tradition. That's the one I've been doing every Christmas. I like to watch the first 2 Home Alone movies. Pizza ad interrupted my response. Not a pizza ad. Oh, I was talking about how the holiday season is an emotional amplifier. Anyway, questioner. Just try to make the best of it. If this is going to be a holiday season where you have to work through some stuff, that's okay. The next one's going to be even better. We're not looking for peak, we're looking for tolerable. What you might also find helpful is to spend time around other spirited people. You might find that to help to recharge your holiday spirit. You know, this could be done in spending time with loved ones. This could be done in taking time to volunteer. But spending time around other spirited people can help to reinvigorate your spirit as well. Sometimes it's nice to step outside of ourselves and remind ourselves what the holiday season is all about. It's not just about me. It's not just about you. It's about coming together. It's about closeness. It's about appreciation and understanding and love. So find that where you can and celebrate it when you do. Iscus, thank you for the subscription, my friend. Nice to meet me. Nice to meet you. Welcome in. there's a certain magic to the holiday season, in my opinion. And for many of us, when you're young, it feels like a magical time, and that's a part of why it feels so special. And then as you grow older, that sense kind of fades away. You stop feeling the magic of it. You become more aware of the consumption and the consumerism that goes into the holiday and all of just the, capitalism. And so you get kind of burnt out on it or disenchanted by it. But when you're able to look past that, that is what is worst about the holiday, is the mindless consumption, the needless spending, the prioritization over, buying material goods. When you look past all that and you remember what it's all about, it's about feeling love and showing love. It's about recognizing that each of us only gets so many of these. We have a limited number of holidays that we will live through. And so we want to take those opportunities to be close to the people that we care about. Christmas without Grandpa. So yeah, you're bringing up a good point. For a lot of people, Christmas can feel really special when they're younger and their grandparents are around and they're a big part of what makes it happen. And I noticed this in my family as well. It was like once my grandparents were gone, it was kind of, well, who's gonna step up and take over? Like, who's gonna keep the tradition alive? Who's gonna carry the torch? And so, for many of us, there will be a part in our lives when it comes down to us to carry the torch and to make the magic happen. What's magical about the holiday season is the effort that people apply, the love that they put in that makes it happen. That's where the magic comes from. And so when you grow old, you become a wizard and you harness the magic yourself. When it comes to making it through the holidays, I find that it helps to have loved ones near. It helps to have tasty food, comfy clothes. I hope everybody has a good holiday. I know it can be a tough time for some. But I just want you to remember that having a tough holiday, or even having several tough holidays, does not mean that every holiday has to be tough. Weird because I feel like putting in effort can make me feel like it is artificial and takes away the magic. No, you're just a magician. Just you're a magician, okay? Just that doesn't make it any less magical just because you know how the trick is done. It's still magic. And you especially feel it when other people recognize it, especially if you have like if you're hanging out with your family and you have like younger family members and they see it. Like, I'll give you an example. For Thanksgiving, we hosted here and all of my family came out, and just my little cousin came out. He's 6. He hung out with me the whole time. He just followed me around the whole party. And so I just try to look at it the way that he looks at it. It's like, for him, this is magical. This is a lot of fun. And so seeing it alive in the eyes of others is a big part of why we do it, why we keep that tradition going. Alrighty, partner. How are we feeling, partners? Hanging in there? Christmas Eve is so fun at my mother-in-law's. The little grandnieces and grandnephews are cute AF and hilarious with their energy. I feel like even if you're not like a kid person, you don't even like kids, it's like kids are a big part of what make the holiday special. Like if you have younger family members, or even if you take time to like volunteer with like helping to get like presents wrapped for like underprivileged kids, or just like that type of stuff. It's like being a part of what makes a holiday special for a younger person can be very fulfilling as an adult. Putting in the effort to make it special for others actually sounds worth it. It really is. It's very fulfilling to be like, I get to be a part of what makes it magical for somebody else. I went grocery shopping, but all I bought were cookies. See, that's why you gotta take a list. I gotta take a list when I go grocery shopping. Otherwise, I'm just buying cheese poofs, mango slices. I ate all these. They're gone now. I'll have to get some more. They're pretty good. I think I might make cookies. Casey was wanting cookies the other day, but I needed to get more butter, so I picked up more butter at the store, and now I have cookie ingredients, so probably gonna be on cookie duty today. Cookie duty. It was a nice trip down memory lane looking at these pictures of little Newton. This is the time he got caught out in the rain and he was all wet. There's this face he would make. It's just burned into my brain. He was always just giving me this silly face with those big black eyes, and he's just Beaver was covering for me. Yep, he's got an emote, little Newt. He's got himself an emote. This is a good representation of that stupid face he was always making at me. He was always just like... I don't know how else to explain it, but he was always just making that face at me. It was just so funny. I think this was the first time I ever gave him a nut. Or what? That was the first time I got a peanut, I think. Kind of makes me want to rehab another squirrel. I'll probably do it again in the future. Probably rehab another one. It was pretty fun. The bark, yeah, he was He would make these little noises. He would just make little, like, these little toots. I still miss him. I miss him too. He was a fun little guy. But he grew up. He's a big boy now. First time I ever gave him a walnut, he was like, "What do I do with this?" Speaking of animals, how's Beaver? Oh, he's thriving. Probably plopped out napping right now. Oh, this is the picture that I took it from to make that emote. Isn't he so cute? He was a fun little guy. He was definitely starting to get his wild on before he left, because like he was hitting like squirrel puberty, and he was like getting more rambunctious and stuff, and he was just like taking off. He would just be gone all day. He was definitely feeling the call of the wild. It's my sister's cat. This is one of my favorite channels on the Discord. It's where we post all the animals. So if you've got an animal, or a picture of an animal, feel free to post them here. In Inner Mongolia, a Bitcoin mining center went offline because a bunch of cats were drawn to the warmth of the GPUs, and it shut everything down because it overheated. Which I'm just glad to see that cats are doing the right thing and shutting down these crypto mining networks. Or how about this Raven with a Russian accent?
Молодец. Молодец какой. Молодец.
Карлушечка. Карлушечка. Молодец. Молодец. Карлушечка.
Сейчас очень много снимается сказок. Карлуш, ты меня перебиваешь. Ты в курсе?
Конечно.
Конечно.
Карлушечка.
His laugh gets me every time. There's a group of crows that flies around nearby, and it'll stop outside of our house and ask for food. So we make tributes. We gave them some peanuts and crackers today. I'm trying to get in good with the crows. I'm trying to get in good. My turkey. That's a turkey. Cute. You know, if you have a hard time getting out of bed, cats are really good at that. A cat will wake you up. A cat will get you out of bed. Oh, this is cute. Those big poofy ears. VO Raid? Welcome in, VO Nation. Welcome in, VO Laters. Wait. Thank you for the raid. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. I almost slipped into an Italian accent there for a second. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in, everybody. Thank you for the raid. I've got a question for you. What the fuck is a VO? We're working on it. We're working on it, all right. Tanu, thank you for the 25 months. Oops. I was in VO's stream the other day, and I pointed something out, and VO was like, "Wait, are you studying me?" I was like, I'm always studying. Alright, everybody, welcome in. Welcome to the Brain Domain. We're here to talk about brain stuff. Ridiculous, thank you for the subscription. Thank you for the 9 months. Got a question in the question box here. Let's go ahead and take a look. Is my brain cooked? All of our brains are at least a little cooked, but that doesn't necessarily mean that that's the end for us. So, just the way that social media is set up, the way that advertisements are, the way that, you know, the world operates, it's like our brains are a little cooked just as a byproduct of living a human life. But the good thing is that your brain can change, it can rewire itself, it can mend itself, and so if your brain is cooked, it doesn't mean it's the end of the road. I don't want to think I have a porn problem, but I've been doing my thing almost every day for about 3 months. I still have self-control to an extent, as it's not like I'm doing my thing at work or in a car or while I'm out. Okay, so I just want to point something out real quick. That's a way to kind of like normalize the behavior. And this goes for like any type of addiction, not just like a pornography addiction or anything like that. This could be like, let's give alcohol as an example. It's like, well, yeah, I drink alcohol, but I don't drink it before work. I only drink it at, you know, in the evenings. But it's like, well, maybe you're still consuming too much, but you find like a threshold and you're like, well, as long as I don't cross that threshold, I'm okay. It's not a problem until I start doing these things, which can be a good way to regulate our behaviors, but we want to make sure that we're not, you know, normalizing our behaviors. I'll just be browsing Twitter, and as soon as I see something spicy, I try to find a time to act on it. Your brain is just looking for that dopamine hit. That's what it is. You're not doing it because you're actually aroused. You're doing it because you're looking for the chemicals that your brain gives you when you do it. It creates a feeling of like accomplishment, satisfaction, and what's important is finding that in other places. Or even I know what I'm doing when I casually browse, hoping to see something I like. I'm like a 1 to 2 times a day, but the thing is, it's for sure before I go to bed, and I'll goon for like almost an hour. But I don't like to think of it as a problem, as I'm 29 and recently single, and I just got needs, right? True, you do have needs. But think about it this way. We also need to eat. But we don't go to McDonald's, or we don't go to the Golden Corral buffet. You know, we don't go to every time we're hungry. You know, sometimes we... Anyway. Is your brain cooked? No. Your brain's not cooked. It's just looking for a relief from tension. It's looking for that the feelings that build within you in doing the deed. But what I want to do is I want to offer you some precautions, okay? I want to just offer you some precautions here. Those feelings of satisfaction that you're getting from it will diminish. It will lose its effect. It will lose its potency. And what you'll end up having to do is seek out more and more of it, just trying to find that feeling that it was once giving you. So what you don't want to do is you don't want to devalue actual intimacy. You don't want to devalue that by just having access to that type of gratification like whenever you want it. You want there to be moments where it's like you allow yourself to yearn for it. You allow the desire to build instead of just immediately sating that need. Because it affects your brain in some pretty nasty ways long term. And so we just want to try to be mindful of that before we get carried away with ourselves. Because right now you might have these like thresholds where you're like, I will not cross that line. I won't do it in this circumstance. I won't do it when I'm at work or in a car. It's like, well, for now, you never know. What happens when you're, at work or in a car and that feeling pops up and you're not able to turn away from it. Like, well, I shouldn't do this, but just this once. Just one time wouldn't hurt. And that's when it leads into the behavior developing, because that's how it forms. It's just like any other addiction. You have these lines that you don't cross until you eventually cross them, because that's just the way of addiction. What I would encourage you to do is seek out other ways of satisfying your brain. Doing things that are creative, doing things that are more meaningful, doing things that can help you to develop a skill or a sense of progression. Things that will be satisfying in a different way instead of over-relying on a particular form of satisfaction. Because eventually that button's going to break. I've seen people watching porn on their phone at the bar when I was a bartender. It was wild. It's true. Once you realize just how widespread like porn addiction is and masturbation addiction is, it's all over the place. It's crazy. We really can't help ourselves. It's a very addicting thing. Because it's an easy and dependable, reliable source of pleasure. It's basically a drug. Whenever I worked in a computer lab, there are people who would watch it in there, and you gotta be like, can't have you doing that in here, partner. You gotta take that outside. But just the fact that people think that that's okay. Substitute Scholar, thank you for gifting that sub, and Amitabas, thank you for the 1 year. Thank you for the 1 year. Had a teacher that got fired for doing that during class. Whew! Now imagine jeopardizing an entire career because you just had to look at booba. Like, we want intimacy and sex to be enjoyable and fun, and we don't want to get carried away with it. We don't want to risk, burning out those pathways in our brain. You don't want to become over-reliant on any one behavior as a source of dopamine. Our brain likes variety. Our brain likes novelty. And so consider, exploring some hobbies, some creative interests. Those are other good outlets that can also help to satisfy that feeling. Beyond just cranking the hog. We did a whole presentation on this the other day. This was a couple weeks ago. We did this. If you're interested, you could find the whole presentation here on YouTube. It's the psychology of the gooner. One of the real things to be mindful of and to be considerate of is that when you go down the path of the gooner, you risk ruining the real thing for you. This is a real thing. This happens where people will ruin actual intimacy for themselves. And the only way that they can achieve satisfaction is when they take business into their own hands. I always like to give people the precautionary tale of Gino from 90 Day. Gino from 90 Day Fiancé, he was a gooner. And it got so bad, it got to the point where his wife, Jasmine, she was like begging him to be intimate with her, but he couldn't do it. Because he was just too addicted to porn, and he could only, it ruined actual intimacy for him. So that's why you gotta be careful. It'll ruin the real thing for you. You'll get so carried away and lost in this fantasy that you lose sight of what actual intimacy is. So be wary before walking the path of the gooner. Is to treat it like eating a McDonald's cheeseburger. That's really funny because that's also the analogy that I made earlier. It's like eating McDonald's. It's like every once in a while is fine, but if you're doing it every day, that might be a problem. Oh, no worries. I just thought it was funny. We were on the same wavelength. But yeah, what you'll come to find is that it'll ruin the real thing for you. It desensitizes your reward system, so you compulsively seek stronger and stronger stimuli. Which is why you'll sometimes see people spending like hours finding the perfect video, you know what I mean? Or they'll just be watching for hours and hours. It becomes a full-time job. Anyway, you also run the risk of developing an erotic fixation where your arousal becomes linked to the ritual itself rather than genuine intimacy. It's like... Anyway, the whole idea is it messes your brain up. It's not good for your brain. A little bit here and there isn't so bad, but if you're doing it too often, or if you're doing it every day or multiple times a day, it's like Also, you gain tolerance to it just like anything else and need more and more messed up content to feel anything. See, now you've just explained billionaires. You just explained the psychology of a billionaire. They're unable to derive satisfaction, so they just continue to seek out more and more messed up stuff to give them feelings of satisfaction. Next thing you know, they're all hanging out on a fucking island. Anyway, the questioner asked, is their brain cooked? I don't think your brain is cooked. If your brain is cooked, it's cooked in the same way that we're all kind of cooked at a baseline level thanks to the internet. But what you're experiencing right now is a compulsion, and a compulsion is just a pattern. It's not actually a permanent state, and you can break that pattern, or you can replace that pattern with a new pattern. What your brain is actually seeking out is healthy novelty. Learning, art, something that challenges you or inspires you. You know, you're trying to have a healthy dopamine balance. I really do like the cheeseburger example because it just works. It fits really well. It's like every time you're bored, every time you're looking for satisfaction, every time you get a certain urge, you're like, I should eat a McDonald's cheeseburger. Like if you did that every time the urge popped up, it might not hurt you in the short term, but it's going to continue to grow and continue to develop, and next thing you know, you're just eating McDonald's cheeseburgers all day looking for the satisfaction that never comes. Eventually you just end up doing it without it even really feeling good or feeling satisfying. You're just doing it because that's what you do. Thank you for the 26 months. Can you believe it? 26. Happy birthday! Well, happy birthday, partner. Hope you get yourself a tasty treat. Everybody deserves a tasty treat on their birthday. Anyway, kind of still on that topic, you know, the people were all talking about, you know, getting pulled into like porn addiction and that type of stuff, and it's like it's much more common than you might think. You know, it happens pretty frequently, and that's because those types of, you know, acts, they are very like biologically reinforcing. You know, the act is meant to feel good. It, you know, it encourages you to do the behavior more often. There's that sort of biological imperative. And a lot of people get sucked into those behaviors. If there was one thing that you'd tell everyone to try, maybe one health related and one fun? Okay. One thing I'd tell everyone to try? Let me think. As far as health related, I would encourage everybody to try meditation. Meditation might feel silly, it might feel like it's not doing anything or that nothing's happening or what's the point when you're getting started, but it really can become something very impactful. It can be a way to just completely change your relationship with your mind and with your thinking. And so that's one thing that I wish everyone would try is a bit of meditation. It's like taking time to sit there and actually read the manual for how your brain works. And one fun, DMT. Was in your advent calendar today? I didn't get an advent calendar. Who do I need to talk to about getting me an advent calendar? I didn't get one. But if I did have one, I hope it had chocolate in it. Santa? Oh, you're right. I should have sent a letter. I've only ever had like 2 advent, maybe 3 advent calendars across my life. They were always chocolate. So whenever I think advent calendar, I think chocolate. Mine were Lego. Shit. Lucky. Still have a Lego one from last year I haven't touched because I wanted to keep it in its box, but it wants to be free. The Legos want to be free. They want to be played with. Imagine that you were a toy and that a collector bought you and they left you in your box for your entire existence. Wouldn't that be kind of sad? Like, if you were a toy, you would want to be played with, wouldn't you? You would want somebody to take you out of your box. Or would you rather just sit wrapped in plastic on a shelf collecting dust? Wasn't that the villain of Toy Story 2? Yes. In March, I'll be 6'7". Oh. It was too funny. I perished. You got me. It was too bad. Oh my god. When he said 6'7", that fucked me up. I just searched therapy and you were the only channel that showed up. Welcome in. I just wanted to ask, I'm changing myself, I'm learning what's wrong with me and trying to be better. How do you keep that up? You take it one day at a time, my friend. One step at a time. There's going to be ups, there's going to be downs. The healing process is non-linear. You don't just continue to grow upwards in one direction. It's process. You have those ups and downs. So just focus on what's in front of you and show yourself some grace and compassion as you work towards becoming the person that you are meant to be. I didn't expect the non-linear part to be daily. If it's any consolation, it'll smooth out. Sometimes when stuff is still fresh and raw and real and it's still painful, you still feel that sting, it's like you might really feel those adjustments being made. Just keep your head up, keep moving forward. You're gonna be all right. Hey, thank you for subscribing. Welcome. I tip my hat to you. It's normal to feel frustrated or discouraged whenever we're working on ourselves, because knowing what needs to be done versus actually doing the work it takes to get there, it's two different things. Like, we might realize, like, hey, I need to mellow out, I need to lighten up, I need to not be so serious or so frustrated, or so resentful, or whatever it is we're trying to change. But actually getting there, that takes work. It takes time. It's like building a house. How do I get my nervous system that's been stuck in fight or flight for about 1.5 years into parasympathetic? What you're experiencing, this feeling of being stuck in survival mode, it's a very common phenomenon, especially within these past few years. And so first off, I would just like to offer you some consolation in that this is not just a you problem. A lot of what's going on here is a societal problem. It's a systemic issue. The pressures that exist within our capitalistic system are driving us into a perpetual survival state, which is not good for us. And so, I don't mean to tell you that to discourage you. If anything, I tell you that so that you can recognize that this isn't just something that's wrong with me. Like, I'm just not able to tough it out or something like that. It's like, no, like, a lot of people are struggling right now because the system is not supporting people in the way that it should. When it comes to activating your parasympathetic nervous system, the most surefire way of making that happen is through your breathing. The different parts of your nervous system are all connected to your lungs. The somatic, the sympathetic, the parasympathetic, they all meet in your lungs. When you breathe in a relaxed way, it will activate the parasympathetic nervous system and it will help to calm your body down. There are other ways that you can regulate the nervous system as well. Some are done through rest versus some are done through movement. You know, some people find it relaxing to go on a run or to dance or to just get up and do something. Play an instrument, play a sport. Other people find it grounding to just sit and to focus on their senses. What sort of things can I see? What sort of things can I hear? What sort of things can I feel right now? Just taking yourself out of your thoughts and putting yourself into sensory mode. What is my nervous system telling me right now? What's going on outside of my body? All the sights and smells and tastes. What I would encourage you to do is to practice some grounding exercises, but before and after you do the grounding exercises, just kind of check in with yourself. We're also working on some mindfulness here, just being aware. Before I do the mindfulness exercise, before I do the grounding exercise, I'm going to check in with myself. Where is my anxiety at right now? Out of a 10, what am I at right now? 6, 7, higher than that. And then we do the exercise. Big, slow, deep, refreshing breaths. Just fill that body up and then gently let it go. You do that 3 times. Check in with yourself again. Which way is the needle going? Is it going up or is it going down? Am I relaxing or am I becoming more elevated? This might sound silly, but I'm gonna use gamer language. breathwork really is OP. Breathwork is an actual, legitimate, overpowered strategy when it comes to regulating your body and your nervous system. Your doctor never gave you a prescription refill. They will probably give you another one without much hassle at all. That's really not that big of a deal. Especially if it's something that you've been taking for a while. It's not like they need to bring you in and be like, actually, let's bring you in for an appointment and check you out. It's like, if it's something you've been taking for a while, it shouldn't be a problem. Hell, sometimes the pharmacy can call for you and be like, hey, can we get a renewal on this prescription? Especially when it's for something like that. It's not like it's a controlled substance or anything. Normally, they only give you a big hassle when you're trying to get a controlled substance. Yeah, just call your pharmacy and be like, yeah, I need to get this prescription refilled. Is it possible you'd be able to call my doctor and get that authorized? Or just call your doctor and be like, hey, I need a renewal on this prescription. I forgot to ask the last time I was in. It really shouldn't be a problem. Mining simulator on Roblox is amazing for anxiety. Is that anything like Minecraft? Those types of games can be pretty nice and relaxing. Those comfy, cozy games, you know, like Stardew Valley. Ever since this, I've been going through agoraphobia and panic disorder for the past year and a half. I know all the tools, but it comes down to doing it. And it sounds like you're getting to the point where you're ready to do it. You've armed yourself with the knowledge, with the skills. Is it going to be scary? Yeah. Is it going to be a challenge? Probably. Is it going to be as difficult as you fear that it will be? Probably not. Because if there's anything I know about anxiety, it's that it likes to overestimate. We suffer more in imagination than we do in reality. Just think back to all of the times in your life where you've been worried about something. All of the times where you were worried that the worst possible thing was going to happen. How many of those times did you walk away from that situation thinking, that wasn't as bad as I thought it would be? I would say I feel safe betting that in most cases, you walk away from it thinking that was not as bad as I thought it would be. Because the thing about anxiety is that it will treat everything like it's a goddamn saber-toothed tiger. Ever wonder why our anxiety response is so strong? Do you ever wonder why our anxiety response is as powerful as it is? Well, that's because we're still running on Ice Age hardware. Our anxiety system is the same system that was in operation whenever we lived outside with the Smilodon. We had to worry about this big boy. And so we treat these things with the same level of fear and intensity as we do with this massive saber-toothed tiger. Going to the grocery store, saber-toothed tiger. Gotta make a phone call, saber-toothed tiger. I was told instead of thinking about the what ifs, think about the even ifs. That's a good way to do it. You know, okay, so let's say, what if this happens? Even if that happens, I'll find a way through it. Because you've got to remember that you have survived 100% of your worst days. You are more capable than you give yourself credit for. Anxiety likes to expect the worst. It likes to prepare for the worst. But the worst rarely happens. It's what we want to have is a good working relationship with our anxiety. It's there to protect us, right? It's there to help us navigate the world. By looking out and perceiving threats and anticipating dangers, it's an essential part in how we've made it as far as we have. But we live in a world where, you know, we don't have to really worry about tigers and lions and bears. We worry about making phone calls, going outside, going to the grocery store. You know, because that fear, that part of our brain, it still exists. And what it does is it over-responds. It over-reacts. What's this stream about? We're trying to figure that out, actually. At the end of the day, anxiety is a tool. It's just about how you wield it. Tools can be dangerous, they can be destructive, but when wielded appropriately, they can be safe and they can get stuff done. Quark Charm, thank you so much for the 29 months. So mean to myself, and when I'm mean to myself and don't check myself, it leaks out, and that's not fair to anyone. It's a good observation. We are oftentimes mean to ourselves or overly judgmental or critical of ourselves because it feels productive. It feels like the right thing to do. But it really isn't. It doesn't do anything to lift us up or make us feel stronger. It just makes us feel smaller, less capable. Sometimes anxiety could be used as a sixth sense of dangers. Yeah, no, exactly. Like a little bit of anxiety, or anxiety when used appropriately, or, you know, when wielded appropriately, is not a bad thing. The problem that we're really trying to deal with here is whenever we avoid our anxiety. Whenever we avoid our anxiety or try to suppress our anxiety, it doesn't remove it, it often amplifies it. Because chronic avoidance increases our stress. It reinforces those fear loops. Anxiety itself is not the issue, it is how we react to it that creates the issue. Agoraphobia is 100% avoidance and the world just gets smaller and smaller, but now it's the time to explore. Congratulations on your journey, and I am excited for you because you get to experience the joy of rediscovery. Whenever you get back out there, whenever you start living life again, whenever you feel like you are who you used to be, it's a great feeling. You will rediscover things about yourself or about the world, and you'll feel like, how could I have ever forgotten this? It's been right here the whole time. I did it. I drank my whole water. We did it, Joe. We did it. Chat, it's been nice being back. I've missed you all. I took some time away to rest and recharge and, work around the house and just, recuperate a little bit, but it's been nice to be back. I look forward to seeing you all again. So I want to thank you all for being here. Thank you for being you. We'll be back with more tomorrow. For now, I need to go find something for dinner because I'm hungry. I'm hungry and I want to eat. Chat, it was good to see all of you. Be sure to check us out in the Discord if you're not in the Discord already. Come hang out with us. We do movie nights on Thursdays. Just want to say something? Oh yeah, sure, go for it. I'm here. Oh, also, shout out, thanks to everybody who stopped by to the Stream Queens panel where we did a mental health panel, and they invited me on to the panel. That was a lot of fun. Kind of inspired me to maybe do some more collabs in the future. Should bring more drag queens onto the stream and talk to them about psychology. I could use my new earned knowledge on trauma dumping my brother showed him the presentation and we learned a lot. Thank you for everything you're doing for us. Love you, buddy. Thank you too. Love you too. I love it. I love it. See, I love it when you take what you learn here and you take it out into the world, and that's how the world becomes a better place. You just try your best to be a good person and do the right thing, and then allow it to radiate outwards. Oh, I got hat hair. Oh my god, I got hat hair. Crazy. Got hat hair to the max. Thank you so much for the kind words. I look forward to future discussions about stuff. This is the kind of stuff I like to talk about, and it's important stuff to talk about. So thank you for being here. Thank you for being a part of it. You're all wonderful. So thank you. Thank you. Have a great night, everybody. Have a great night, everybody. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Already better because you use your knowledge to help out and not get every penny out of it. I know. I know. If I made too much money, they would accuse me of not being a socialist. See, that's the problem, because socialism is when no money. So I have to be broke, because that's how I get street cred amongst the socialists. All right. See y'all later. Bye-bye.